Well, I mentioned that we added a bullseye. We scratched the bullseye to make our job easier of adding that new rod. But with our cylinder, since the cylinder is a very recognizable shape, we will notice anything that's wrong with the cylinder. Now, to ensure that we have a symmetrical cylinder and not a lopsided cylinder, asymmetrical, or even just not a good cylinder, we ensure that the new rod is on center so we're not left with the wobble. Once Sarah has recentered it, then the glass blowing can continue, or the glass making, I should say. I feel like this is one of the hardest things to do in glass making, personally for me, because for a very, very long time, I had no idea what people were telling me. They were always saying high side, low side. Essentially, you just have to push that glass onto center. If we try to blow air right now, it's just going to escape towards the top opening. So one of our first goals is to close that opening down. Once we've closed it down, we will have a closed atmosphere, and then we can really begin to define that shape on the top. Well, if you're wondering who are these people that you see in front of you, these are full-time staff, part of our hot shop crew. These are professionals. They teach also across the world. We know that our gaffer right now, Sarah, will be teaching, but also these other glass makers, they've had residencies, shows all across the globe. Very, very talented. Can make anything your heart desires. The way that we operate is we have a visiting artist program. So about 40 artists will take over this museum a year for a residency, which can last up to 5 days. Our team will make anything their heart desires. Eventually, artwork that's made here at the museum is shown and exhibited across the globe in different museums. So, of course, when glass is hot, it looks red and orange. We are working with black glass, and as that piece that's broken off cools down, later on I can show and we can see exactly what that black glass hue will look like. Now, the chamber we're using, the glory hole, it's about 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. The longer time we spend inside of one of these chambers, the faster we need to turn the glass to keep everything on center. Nope, that's just going to be by pulling it, exactly, by pulling it, it just gives us an easier handle to work with. Now, if we blow air right now, as Ben is doing, notice we're listening for keywords. Sarah may say blow lightly, blow gently, or blow hard. The top balcony is always a fantastic place to hear the communication going on here in our studio. Now, as we finish up this cylinder, I do want to stop and invite everyone here this Saturday to join us at the Museum of Glass for a very special evening. We will be having a benefit for G-Man on Fire, or Greg Owens. Right now he is battling a fight against cancer, and we invite all our community to come to the museum and support him. We will be having entertainment and drinks at the museum. You can come here, have a fantastic weekend, and again, all the proceeds will go back to helping G-Man. We love him so dearly, a great mentor and friend of mine. Again, you can join us this weekend, starting at 4 o'clock. The museum will be free, going on until 10 p.m. So very quickly, since we have a brand new audience, again, welcome. My name is David. I am more than happy to answer any questions. So very quickly, let's just learn about what we have here. It's hard to believe, but our glass cylinder, less than 1 hour ago, it was, or a good majority of it was sitting inside of our furnace. We have about 1,000 pounds of molten glass sitting in each furnace, and it's about the same temperature as molten lava. The beginning of the process starts off as a small Q-tip or blob of glass on the end of the rod, which can then be gathered upon to create what we have now. Now we're also using a glory hole to make the glass more malleable and extend our working time. Now this oven is at 2,300 degrees. I know it's a little hotter than that furnace too, but we could easily burn your lunch in a second inside. Now, the glory hole, unlike other pieces of equipment, this one is turned off at night. So at 5 o'clock today, when we're done, it'll be shut off, and then it takes about 2 to 3 hours to climb up to its incredible temperature. All our equipment is powered by natural gas. Now, when we're using this small handheld torch, the oxypropane torch, we can always assume we're just going to work in that vicinity that we're using the torch. Now, we also use a propane torch. It's slightly cooler, about 2,500 degrees. And notice we use the propane torch right on the very rod, essentially, on the break-off point. Now, by ensuring that that punty is staying warm, a crack won't form, and ultimately a crack won't spread. So if that part is kept warm enough, everything should be good. For our audience that joined us later in our demonstration, once we're done with this cylinder, we're going to start right over again. So we're going to show you the starting point also up to this point. So you will have a unique view of seeing both the end product and also the start of it. Well, a few of us got to see Sarah's images, the images of Sarah's artwork. And again, I do want to show those before this piece is broken off so we can understand what will happen next. Essentially, we have just created a canvas. This is the tip of the iceberg for Sarah's artwork. What will happen next is Sarah's going to be using centuries old glass carving techniques or a lathe by then removing that white glass. It's right on the very surface. So by removing some of that white glass, Sarah can expose that bottom layer of black. With these two colors, Sarah can create a photorealistic image on the surface of the glass vessel. And that's what will be occurring later. Different illustrations and imagery will be going on the surface. And this is a new series that Sarah is working on. You can see Sarah's artwork right now in our local area, right around Pike Place. There is a gallery, the Pilchuck Gallery, that is showing some of Sarah's artwork right now. That is just across the street from the Seattle Art Museum. It may be a 5-minute walk from Pike Place. It's just down the block, down the street, where you can see and view some of Sarah's artwork in person. Images do not capture the true beauty because they're photorealistic. An image just won't capture that. I really recommend viewing them in person. They are so intricate, just incredibly the carving that needs to happen. Well, we have a bunch of hot spots all around the bubble since we were using that torch to essentially ensure that the surface of the white glass and the black are evened all out. Now we're ensuring that the whole piece has an even temperature as we're preparing it for the next few steps. The last step that we will take is to break it free and set it inside of an annealer. The annealer we're using here today is the annealer on our left with the green number 1. It is sitting at 890 degrees, and it will be the home of everything made here today. Essentially, if it's left out in the open, it gets too cold, can break, crack, or even explode. So cool down for about 12 and a half hours. Yesterday, we used our annealer on the right, and we were making cups. And we can see that our annealer is now open, and it's like a loot box. We can go ahead and grab all our cups. By the way, folks, all the cups that you see around the museum, even our annealer, these are all going to be for sale on Saturday with our benefit with Greg Owens, again, G-Man on Fire, and you can purchase those cups also. All this will benefit, again, Greg Owens, a very dear mentor and friend of mine. After the torch here. Yep, that's where she will carve into the glass. Ooh, I can show you. It's very thin white glass, as we can see here. I'm trying to measure that here. It's very thin. It's a very, very thin piece of glass here. And it's just white glass, too. It's very little, so Sarah doesn't have to spend a lot of time carving into that. If there's white glass in it, then that means she has to she has to carve first into the clear glass before she can even touch the white glass. Um, Oh, the name of the gallery that Sarah is in right now in a group show, again, the Pilchuck Gallery. Pilchuck Gallery, yes, just across the street from Seattle Museum. I'm like, you can throw a rock and hit their window. So Pilchuck Gallery is on Pioneer Square on 2nd Avenue. I just got confused with a different gallery, again in Pioneer Square. As we prepare to break our cylinder free, we use a propane torch right on the very punty, and we're looking for movement. We're looking for the punty to be moving. This is going to tell us that the piece is ready to be broken free, that it's just too hot for a crack to spread. Our piece is going to be entering our annealer again. When we open this doors, it's going to get a little hot up here. It's not dangerous. It's going to be a little warm. And here we go. Can we give another round of applause to Sarah and the whole Museum of Glass Hot Shop crew? Happened very quickly. We're going to make one more of those, everyone. So if you want to stick with us, again, this is a new series that Sarah's working on. You can view this artwork or some of her artwork at the Pilchuck Gallery, again in Pioneer Square. You can also follow us on different social media platforms. This is a good way to view the finished artwork that's made here. Again, that will cool down, and there's still a lot more artwork, or a lot of process that needs to happen. So just follow us on Instagram. It's a great way that you can stay in touch with us. Well, our furnace, that's a lot of glass, but that furnace again is holding 1,000 pounds. Have a quick diagram to simplify what's going on because it looks red and orange when we open the door of all the intense heat, but there's more going on than just the red glow. So we are like a production line, by the way. We do begin on one end, but then we conclude in the center. One more gather to go also. So one more. But in glass, we're looking for a nice stable shape. Now this rounded kind of Q-tip shape will allow us to gather more glass. So we don't have to go back in as much. But we also let the core cool down just by naturally turning the rod. We're allowing the glass to cool down sufficiently enough so we can gather another layer. It's going to make our job easier of controlling all the hot mass. Now there's a variety of tools that we can use. That's just the Wall Street Journal, by the way. Depends on the glassmaker how thick and dense it should be, but it's a great shaping tool that we can use. And we do have a bubble, so it is hollow on the inside. It's just very thick at this point. It's a nice day today. Yeah, exactly. Well, yesterday, ooh, is it snowing again? Okay, I was gonna say, I was like, don't scare me like that, man. Okay. Yeah, it's a little too cold right now for me. But it's nice. This is a great place to just, if it gets too cold, let me know. I can just open some doors. Should be an easy fix. So if we gathered right now, we would gather less glass and it would be a lot more difficult to maintain control of the hot layer that's added. So we just simply let it cool down, give it a few seconds, let it stabilize. And then on this end, Gabe is working on something for the future. This will be the transfer rod. So we will use this later on when our cylinder is a lot larger. For right now, it's just going to disappear off the studio floor until it's used later on. Yeah. I do want to give a quick overview of what needs to happen and what needs to occur. We have a white sheet of glass. We can see an example of that right here. We have one warming up at 1,000 degrees. We wish to add a second color. Now, when that white glass is added there, Sarah will use her unique uh, way of working with glass once it's cold. So she will do an engraving process where she can eliminate the top layer of white glass, exposing that bottom layer of black, and create a photorealistic image on the surface. And we will show you some images of Sarah's artwork on our big screen throughout the day. For our project, for this goal, which is a new series, by the way, that's going to be happening, but this is a new series. What needs to occur is once the white sheet's added, we need to expand the cylinder and make it larger. Images never capture the true beauty of Sarah's artwork. Again, the photorealistic imagery that's carved into the surface. So right now we're just making the canvas for Sarah. She can later work on it using centuries-old glass carving techniques. Okay, so I just want to let everyone know so we understand what's going on. Our first sheet glass piece we put in there cracked. We can't use it, so we just loaded another one up. We're going to give it a few minutes, let it absorb some more energy, some more heat before we bring it out and really introduce that 2,000 degree Fahrenheit heat. All right, but now I think we're at a good point that we can just point out what we have here. So with all our audience, if you're joining us, welcome to the museum. That was perfect timing. But let's just introduce all our equipment that we have here at the museum very quickly. It's hard to believe, but our massive glass began in our furnace about an hour ago. Behind the door lies a crucible or a ceramic pot. We have the diagram to simplify it because it looks red and orange inside of there. You can't really understand what's going on, but again, we are heating up a ceramic pot at a 2,100 degrees. That's about the same temperature as lava. We then have a glory hole. It's what we use to make the glass more malleable, extend our working time. It's 2,300 degrees. Key difference, there is no glass inside, so just fire and heat. Another key difference is this is turned off at night to save energy, while the furnace, that one on that left, brand new, only a few months old, it's going to be on for about a decade before we do any form of maintenance. Has a long way to go, a long way. Now for our plate, we've set inside the garage. The garage is a temporary place we can store glass, keep it warm. This is where we place our color in to preheat it. It's also where we're letting our sheet of glass warm up. Just by simply elevating the sheet, the flame located on this end, it's about 1,000 degrees. We have a 900 degrees, and then maybe even if we go higher, we have a little bit hotter than 1,000 degrees. Hot air rises, so that sheet is around this area. Once Gabe feels that there's enough absorbed, enough energy absorbed, then we can bring it out, make sure it doesn't break or crack. When Sarah's coming over to this area, if you want to show your friends or your family something unique you saw here, you can hit record on your smartphone, on your device. It's a good time to show your friends that. Again, when Sarah's coming over to this area, we're going to roll up that glass here shortly. So we know that the glory hole is at 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit. To ensure that our sheet glass sticks properly, we're going to flip it. Once enough energy is added, then Sarah will come over here with the hot glass and roll right on that very surface. We have these steel, essentially stoppers, so the glass doesn't move around when it's being heated up. At this time, I want to show some of Sarah's artwork. on our big screen so we can understand what will be happening next and why we added this sheet of white glass. This will give us the secondary tone that Sarah needs to create that photorealistic imagery. Sarah will carve into that white glass using centuries-old glass carving techniques to expose the bottom black layer. And notice the different imagery she can produce just with those two color layers. Now, this is a new series that Sarah's working on, and she's working on a larger scale also. And images do not capture the true beauty of her artwork. Again, it's so realistic. You really have to look one-on-one to really view all those sudden details. So there's essentially a lot of work for Sarah. This is just the tip of the iceberg. We're creating a canvas that she can then take back to her studio and carve the imagery on. So this artwork is far from finished, far from finished. Even when it leaves here the studio, when it's done, there's still several more hours needed. Oh, Gabe, those are some very nice cups you have in your hand. I wonder how we can get our hands on these cups and everyone can get a chance to buy one of these wonderful cups here for a great cause. All the cups that are in this annealer we made yesterday for our dear friend and my mentor, Greg Owens. Now, this Saturday, we're having a benefit for him. Greg right now is fighting cancer, a very aggressive form of cancer, and we're helping our community out. We invite everyone to come this Saturday, grab a drink, grab food. All the proceeds will go back directly to helping Greg in his fight. So come on Saturday. We will be free from 4 on, and our event will go from 6 to 10 p.m. Again, food, drinks, everything made and sold during that day will go back to funding our dear friend, Greg. The little horses that we have here, unfortunately, will they be at the auction? Well, we have to find out and see. I don't know about that. But if you want to RSVP, you can go online or, yeah, we can get that image on our big screen again. There's a URL we can copy on Google, and you can RSVP through that URL again, or you can just join us here at 6 o'clock. So right now we're squeezing down a constriction close to the rod. This is how we will separate the usable glass from the steel rod itself. We refer to that crevice, that weak spot, as the jack line. Later on, we will create another jack line, another weak spot to break it free. But right now, that is our weak spot that will separate the cylinder from the steel rod. So today, Sarah is our gaffer. The gaffer is just the term we use for the person in charge. Just because you see Sarah as the gaffer today, if you come in next week or on Saturday, you will see someone else as the gaffer. Everyone does play their own role when working with glass. Glass blowing is a team sport. A great place to just hear the communication going on is the top balcony. You can hear the keywords like blow softly, stop, or blow hard. Oh, so that is a common question we get asked here. What is our gas bill? How much does it cost to operate the studio? And to be honest, I know that's going to break my heart, so I don't even ask. Just pretend like it's not a problem. Ooh, so yes, Sarah right now is using an oxy propane torch. That is the hottest piece of equipment in the studio. We're using that torch to drill a hole on the bottom. That way, when we add a new rod, we can continue to introduce air. The top, we don't want it to be an open cylinder. We want it to be closed also. So that's going to help us achieve that. On the left-hand side, we're getting ready, yes, to transfer it. So we have the bottom right now. We're going to place that rod and begin to work on the top half of the cylinder. So now that we've gone as far as we can using this blowpipe, we need to add the next blowpipe, the punty. And Gabe's been working on that punty down here on our left-hand side of our studio. Again, this rod needs to be strong enough to withstand all the pulling and tugging that will occur, but it also needs to be weak enough to just break with a little bit of water. Color changing that we're seeing, oftentimes it's just the intense heat that we're working with. At this temperature, everything will look red and orange. We are working with black glass, however. That will be the true color when it's completely cooled down. When we see that bright red and orange glow, let's just assume that's the area that they wish to work on next. So we have the new rod. We make another jack line, another constriction and weak spot we can use to break our cylinder free from this rod. Now this new rod is also a blowpipe. So if we blow air, it's going to escape towards the top blowpipe. And for all our audience, You're more than welcome to view the live glassmaking from the top balcony. This is one of my personal favorite places to view the live glassmaking. We also have some stunning artwork, all made by our past visiting artists. If you're unfamiliar how the Museum of Glass works and operates, essentially we are a Disneyland for artisans across the globe. This month we will be having 2 visiting artists to fill up the rest of the month. Again, we will show you our upcoming visiting artist, or you can plan your visit and view some amazing glass working. Yes, we will be adding a spout, and that's going to be added using the rod that Ben has. So we're going to pull the glass out to create the spout. The clear glass that we're using to pull the spout is just the handle to pull that glass. It won't be attached to that glass or to that rod. Well, again, if you have any questions about today's demonstration, I am more than happy to answer any questions. I want to show you some images of Sarah's artwork so we can understand what we just made right now. Essentially, this is a canvas for her that she can then go back using centuries-old glass carving techniques to engrave into the glass and expose the bottom layer of black and create different imagery on that surface of that glass. Again, we have some images on our big screen. If you want to see some of Sarah's artwork in person, she does have a group show at the Pilchuck Gallery in downtown Seattle, Pike Place area. we're- Now that we're almost complete and finished with our essentially canvas for Sarah, our next step is to prevent it from breaking or cracking. So it will go into the oven on our left with a green number 1. It is sitting at 890 degrees and will be the home of everything made here today. If left out in the open, it will get too cold too quickly, can break, crack, or even explode. idea for this is like photo booths, because that's the idea that's coming from. Well, here we go, off to the last few steps. A little bit of water on the end of the punty on that jack line, the weak spot we made earlier. And that's a fantastic piece. Again, this does conclude our morning live glass blowing demonstration. I want to leave off with images of Sarah's artwork so we can, again, understand what's going to be happening later on. This is just the tip of the iceberg for her. There's still a lot of work that needs to happen. And the last thing I want to leave with is just an invitation. This Saturday at the Museum of Glass, we are having an event for a very special mentor and friend of mine, Greg Owens. Greg has unfortunately fallen ill, and so we are doing a fundraiser for him. All the proceeds that are made will go back to helping Greg in his fight against cancer. All the cups that we have here, these were just made yesterday. We're going to be selling these. I believe each cup, your choice of cup too, it's $40 and a drink ticket. And we will also be having drinks, food for the whole evening. Again, Saturday, this means a lot to all of us. And if we could gather together and help our local community. But this does conclude our live glass blowing demonstration. Thank you so much for sticking with us. We will see you on the other side of lunch. We have a cafe. We have just across the bridge. We even have more places. But please grab a coffee of your own, grab a lunch, and we're going to be coming right back in about 1 hour.
Powder is the smallest size of colored glass available and can be very versatile when used in the creation of artwork. Powder is made by crushing frit in a ball mill. When used like frit, the powder is rolled through, and the heat of the gather is enough to melt the color onto the surface. Powder can also be sifted onto the outside of a bubble or gather to create various densities of pigmentation and shading. The application of different color powders can create both abstract designs and naturalistic color patterns, such as the skin of animals. Powder can be melted smooth or left dry and cakey on the surface of the piece.
I'm sure you've seen some of the meteor.
I have.
Yeah, they're good too.
Now, if we want to make eye contact.
You just looking right at me and
Okay.
you can look at the
Well, I was going to say, as
Yeah, if you
opposed
wanna
to
talk
like,
to them.
where's
It's right here.
right there. Cud, again, is a regurgitation for a second slower chewing as defined by Webster. So it feeds into our recycling theme. We work a lot from recycled materials and try to work reflective of place and moment, right? So it seemed to fit the bill.
It's easy to sign. It's 3 letters. It's an kind of an American sound to it. We are American glass makers. There's a lot of Eurocentric sort of attention in the glass world, but we're truly we're an American band. We are an American band. We're coming to your town. So, and then we're going to attempt to make a glass look like wood. Yeah, write that down. We're in the Northwest, wood mills, woody, plywood, logs, you know. We always return to our wood grain look. We try and make glass look like wood, as crazy as that sounds.
It's sort of the wolf in sheep's clothing, right? So we're making one material appear to be another. So here you see one that's been wood grained. It's reflective of this coast. The work will morph and does morph in other places.
Plus we're old and we can't think of any new ideas. It's just...
That's not true.
Let's go with the wood grain. The wood grain worked before. Let's do the wood grain.
We've made a lot of stuff, you know, so, you know, we do have a grab bag of tricks that we can reach into and pull these things out.
History of bottle making is very much a part of the history of glass making. And we like that shape. Again, we bring in the wood grain because we're in the Northwest.
We're riffing on the carboy form, which is hundreds of years old. We're riffing on that form. We're taking it from, which is, you know, largely a commercial form. And part of what the studio glass movement did was depart from the factory. So in a way, we're taking it back to the factory. We're smartasses.
Way back in the old days, a guy would come through town with a donkey and you brought your stuff and they filled you up with wine. But then all of a sudden, winemakers started bottling their wine, beer people started bottling their beer, and the whole industry changed instantly. You always get a sense of awe when you're watching a really good glass
It's a spectator
team.
sport.
A really good glass team working together. If you look at Ben and Gabe, they've been working together for 15 years or something. And you can see that. You can see that synchronicity and just all...
The unspoken. It's a dance.
Here we are working at the Museum of Glass, got this great team. I feel blessed.
I was going to say, look, we are blessed, right? I mean, what better position to be in than to have the ability to come from out of town and stop in for a week and ask for things that we can't necessarily achieve alone or even in a pair, right? It takes that team, and that's always been the beauty of the glass movement, is that community, and that's really, you know, almost exclusive to the glass movement.
we are stuffing color cups and pulling some black paint. We're going to use the black paint to create stripes on cylinders, and those cylinders are going to be used for centerpieces at our annual Better Futures luncheon.
We chop it all up into little pieces just like these.
Alright, we're taking the cane, we're going to put it in the garage so it heats up slowly.
So then we can roll them up on a blowpipe.
So we lay them all out on a plate, and then Sarah makes a collar, which is kind of like a disc around the pipe, and then she rolls up the cane once they're all heated up.
We take a gather on it, and then Dave is gonna block it up, and we'll blow it out into a cylinder form. Teamwork, it's all about teamwork.
What we do is we shape it and make it into a cylinder,
Punty it up, we'll get a lip wrap.
and then from there we finish the piece.
So once they're done in the hot shop, they go in the annealer for 12 hours, and they come out, and they come to this place called Cold Shop, where we do all the magic.
So basically, these come out of the nailer, and we knock the punnies off, and it has these sharp edges on here. And you go to the first diamond wheel, diamond grit.
We got this thing called a cerium wheel, it's a natural mineral, and you just polish. Hit it with the sponge real quick. More water. Then we air gun it. And it went from being foggy to being cleared.
I came up with a prototype for our centerpieces. We're going to be making cones, spheres, and cylinders, which are really like fundamental skill building shapes.
Started by pulling cane of different colors and bundled it up, heated it up, twisted it, put it in an optic mold.
The kids all had a part in making the color bar, and now we'll be here this week trying to make 55 centerpieces.
The farthest bench, they're doing starts for the middle bench.
I'm gonna pick up one of these guys out of the garage. We're gonna drop it over a bubble, and then we're gonna take a couple gathers and hand it off to Gabe, and he's gonna work his magic.
Stop. So we're finishing the pieces. We throw a gather on top of it, blow it up, shape it, punny up, open, finish it.
So we're looking for crisp corners, and we're looking for a really straight side. The way we're gonna get a crisp bottom is heat that bottom really hot. When you're making the cylinder, lay your blades on the sidewall and look down across it. If you see gaps in it or it's not laying straight, try to fix it. Paper marver is going to be a good tool. Your jacks, paper, whatever it takes.
I'm Corey Metcalf, one half of Noisefold. I live in Montrose, Colorado.
And I'm David Stout, the other half of Noisefold, and I live in Denton, Texas, which is on the north side of Dallas.
We think of noise not so much as a sound you don't really want to hear. We think of noise more as kind of a prima materia, the field of all possibility. And so we're interested in this idea of filtering or folding that information and finding form within that.
And when we use this technique in our performances, one of the things we do is that we simultaneously generate an image and take the data that comprises that image and turn it back into sound.
So this project for the Museum of Glass We're creating, obviously, stable, solid forms, but it comes out of our practice of actually animating in pretty wild and very organic ways, basically mathematical surfaces, structures that are created through basically visualizing mathematical differential equations. And so we've created a system that allows us to take these surfaces and do many different things to sculpt them in real time and to animate the way that they behave and move. So we set up a virtual reality interface that allows the gaffers to get right in there and actually use a controller to rotate the forms around, change the scale, even get inside the thing if they want to.
And we found in our initial experiments that it really helped the gaffers because they quite literally could get inside and around and look at a difficult surface or component that isn't really that easily seen on a screen.
We always ask for as many drawings as we can have, and with this we can look at it from any perspective. Oh, you need a punny? Okay, hold on, let me get out of here.
When we started out as Noisefold, we took a lot of equations that were put together on an open source database by Paul Bork, who's an Australian astrophysicist. And very quickly we were using techniques to blend that data, blend that geometry. And so what you end up with is these highly complex, novel forms.
We can generate much crazier forms. We're not doing that.
And we could iterate on forms that are much more traditional glass forms and make really interesting vases and things that would be more common to the glass vocabulary.
But we're trying to go for that sweet spot where it's something that we think speculatively could be made in glass, but is just a little bit harder than might be the typical form.
Or considerably more difficult, but still within the realm of possibility.
Within the realm of possibility.
While these do stand alone from the new media works that we make in terms of the projected or immersive installation environments and performances, we're definitely thinking about ways of bringing the two into conversation. And so taking the forms that we've digitally prototyped and figuring out ways of combining them in exhibition spaces with the actual glass objects that come out of the process. So we have to wait till they come out of the oven, of course, which is another different aspect of this process than the digital. And the other thing, of course, you can't just buy an extra hard drive when you get too many glass objects.
It's a well-oiled show business machine, ladies and gentlemen. My work it kind of sits at the intersection of technology, entertainment, and art. The projects take a lot of different formats. It could be performative. I had a big project that was a game show for many years. I got interested in 3D printing because it was kind of this marriage of digital and physical, which is like where we all live nowadays, right? And the latest work that I'm doing here at Museum of Glass is about light.
Here we go.
A lot of the work that I do is about being approachable and reaching an audience that may not otherwise go to art events. That's what brought me to Coney Island and performing. I got really interested in 3D printing and 3D scanning. Like, we live our whole lives now in computers, but then we're physical beings, right? So 3D printing appealed to me because it was a way of translating that digital life into physical. And 3D printing brought me to 3D carving. Instead of an additive process of building up a model with a 3D printer, I'll start with a block of graphite and use a CNC router to remove some tracked material and create these molds for glass castings. And that led to the forms that I'm doing now. So a lot of the forms are based on sacred geometries or just, mathematical geometries. So a lot of the cone molds that I'm using here today, they're based on a truncated icosahedron form. It's a 5 and a 6-sided cone. They fit together like a soccer ball. I like physical work because it has permanence, particularly glass. Plastic, less so. A lot of the work is about play, so it's like we're making these things, and then there's gonna be the next phase of the project is about shining light through the work, and we'll see where it all goes. Glass is this amazing sort of magical thing, the way it moves when it's molten, and I've really liked this graphite process because it's so fast and immediate to just pour the glass and pop it out of the mold, and multiples has been a big theme in my work over the years, and that kind of speaks to me a little bit as well. When I reflect on why do I use glass, I found that there's a lot of people out there making things out of glass because they can and not because they should. And for me, I didn't have something that I wanted to make that needed to be glass. This project needs to be made out of glass. The whole idea of this work that is about light is really sort of a response to what's going on in America right now, a response to what's going on in the world. This work is really about sort of turning off. The whole world has got to this point where we're so constantly stimulated by our phones and the news cycle and everything. And it's a lot about getting people to slow down and stop and just experience.
Yes, he was a shiny old man. I'm John Toriano. I'm from New York City. I have this theory about the attraction of glass, and I think we're genetically hardwired to respond positively to sparkly and shiny things. These are all the teardrops that are the raindrops of the glass gods. It's part of my, just kidding, agricultural aesthetic theory. When you reach in to take a gather, it's like you're reaching into the center of the earth, right? And you're doing something with it. You're making a shiny object. If you imagine a time when, we were just primitive peoples, and you would see a sparkly thing, it wouldn't be very often. And it would be magical because, why? Because you could hold a piece of the sun in your hand. And the sun is everything, right? No sun, no life. I've always thought of myself as a painter first and foremost. With painting, you have to be able to communicate with one shape, something that's three-dimensional. I don't think any artist, for example, can make art without being involved with glass in some way. Maybe it's just with slides of their work, but it's about looking, and it's about seeing, and glass is a very important tool for that. For me, I've never really been a glass artist, but I've always had glass in my art ever since about 1969, I would say, when I was using dots to create the illusion of space, kind of like sky, though I didn't think of it as sky at first. Then I started to look at photographs of the sky in order to get more interesting configurations and distributions of dots. And then because I was looking at those, I started reading about it, and I started making relationships between astronomical ideas of space and painterly ideas of space. And I found that the astronomical ideas gave me more license than the kind of formalist Greenbergian ideas about space dead. The project that we're working on here at the museum, I started it a couple of weeks ago at Pilchuck, where I wanted to see what I could do in a columnar shape. Ever since about 1974, on and off, I've been making these column paintings that are half-round lozenge shapes of different sizes. What I tried to do with those is create a paradox between the physicality of them coming out from the wall and the illusionness of them, both physically and visually. And I wanted to see if those ideas could translate to glass. And in a way, I'm trying to make them as close to a painting as you can.
Yeah, and you had a recipe kind of written out.
Yeah. I'm used to working on my own all the time, and it takes a lot more energy to get the momentum going on your own than it does when you have a crew and a group of people. And so one of the pleasures I take from working in a place like the museum here is the kind of communal energy that helps support the process of making work. You don't question it so much. You just go in, you get up, you have your coffee, and you start making work. And that's refreshing. You see what I mean by them being figurative or beings of some kind? Like post-apocalyptic, but with really nice outfits.
Oh, I was studying painting. My painting prof said, well, okay, your schedule looks good here. You've got some 3D classes, but you're 2 credits short. And if you don't have a full load, they won't give you an assistantship. I said, well, that won't do. What should I take? And he ran his finger down the list, and he came to one that said 2 credits, and he said, here, take that. And I said, what is it? And he said, it doesn't matter. It's 2 credits. And it was the second glass-blowing class in America. Experimental class. This is a series of glasses that I've been doing for the last 5 years that we call cameo cut glass. So we came here a year and 3 months ago and blew cups, or blanks I call them, that have colors on the outside and clear on the inside. And then I took them to the engraving machine. I carved through each color down to the color that's below it and make a pattern. These are not finished at this stage. Then I bring them here, we're going to put glass inside the bubble and pick it up and reheat it and blow it out. But this color that's on the outside of this bubble will also be on the outside of the final piece. You can make any shape you want after you've got it all attached. And here are some, this is a cup and a finished piece.
A slight tap, the piece is broken free and on its way to the annealer where it will cool down for the next several hours.
If I could have my biggest dream come true, it would be that people see me as an artist as well as an educator, so that I can have my cake and eat it too. Good, huh?
For me, the draw with glass is that even though you're working with the same material every single day, it's different. Every time you work with it, it's a little different, depending on what colors you used, how hot it is, even what mood you're in. It feels different.
The sky's the limit. It's your imagination that takes control of what you do.
First glass experience was really, I was on a school bus and I was like in 6th grade, I think.
When I was probably in 7th grade, I was going on the bus.
And someone stepped on the school bus with a glass elephant.
And this kid walked in with this really big, pretty vase, and I was like, "Where'd you guys do that at?"
And I was so amazed. I was like, "Oh my God, where did you get that?" I was so amazed. That was like the first time I ever seen like a piece of glass blowing.
And he told me, and I got on my schedule. I got glass blowing on my schedule the next day.
My friend Deshaun told me about the glass program that he did after school, so I signed up for the daytime class.
In middle school, I loved art.
Art itself, you get to like do stuff that ordinary people don't do.
It's like, let's touch hot stuff, and I think that's kind of fun.
I've always tried drawing stuff like cars and stuff, never really worked, but then I found glass blowing, and that was an actual art that I could understand and do.
I thought I'd just be like sticking to sports and football, but no, glass blowing.
Here we're working on a project for a fundraiser.
We're making centerpieces for the Better Future Luncheon.
Every year we make a special set of centerpieces for that.
It involves 2 color drops. There's one bench working on the top piece and then another working on the bottom.
Working with the museum people is always cool because they teach you new things.
It's cool, like Gabe and the crew, like they give you pointers and tips.
Glassworking, I think it teaches, teamwork is the main thing. And just this morning I had to talk to him about, we're all on the same team and, we're all working towards a similar goal, so we all help each other out.
They're really good at it because they do it all like every day. So they're showing them these amazing techniques that a lot of the kids haven't seen before, and they're just kind of blown away. And you can see the kid light up and the staff member light up at the same time. They're both excited about it, and it's working out.
I mean, when you first meet them and you're working with them to begin with, you're a little intimidated. You don't want to mess up and make their lives any harder. But once you start to get more comfortable around them, you really start picking up things. Even if they don't say it, just by watching them, you can see how they marver or how they use the jacks in many different ways, and it really helps. You just pick up things without even thinking about it.
They look up to all the MOG team and everything, so when they're down there, they just got wide eyes and they're so excited.
Like, they're the best glass blowers in the world here, so just getting to work with them and even on the same floor with them is just amazing and great.
It's pretty cool that they like look up to me, and like yesterday, I think 4 or 5 of them, they were saying, "Man, Gabe is filthy." I guess filthy means, you know, I'm pretty cool or something, so.
There's living proof that this program works. You know, I grew up in a very, very difficult household to grow up in, yet this program kept me together. It helped me become who I am. My name is David Rios.
My name is Julian.
My name is Avery Paz. Jordan Lavelle.
Dante.
I'm Sam.
I'm Deshaun Hutchinson.
Rogelio Castellanos.
James Downey.
Tanner Martin.
I'm Tate Waller.
We are Hilltop Artists. We are Hilltop Artists.
Hilltop Artists.
Most people see Hilltop as a program. I see it more as like a family. I'm Sean Cabrera. I'm originally from California, but I'm here in Tacoma now. Well, at first, I was a little stoked that we like moved, but then like reality kind of hit me, and like I kind of thought, I can't see my family anymore, and like it was kind of depressing at first. In California, art to us was just basically like drawings and paintings and stuff. We didn't see any sculpting or anything like that, and especially out of glass, I've never heard of that. When I saw it, I was like, I'm getting in this program as soon as possible. They said I could sign up, and I started the next day.
Hilltop Artists is a nonprofit organization founded in 1994 with the help of Dale Trujillo. It started off in a small wood shop and now provides hot glass instruction to over 550 kids annually. I'm Trenton Kiocho, and I'm from Tacoma, Washington, born and raised. I was kind of getting in trouble with my mom, so she had me move in back with my dad in Tacoma. And first day of school, we were signing up for classes, and I noticed they had a glass program, and I was kind of curious about it. And I signed up for that class, and I've just been doing it ever since that day. Right now with the program, I'm actually a part-time instructor with the production team. So our hope with the Hilltop Artist program is that the kid leaves with a little bit more self-esteem, a little more confidence to pursue their goals, whether it be glass blowing or anything else that they'd want to pursue. Our mentors at Hilltop focus on increasing student academic success and interpersonal success. We all have our own issues outside of work, but I think for those 3 hours we get to come together and be a part of a team and be a part of something else. So our focus this week at MOG is to produce a body of work for our upcoming luncheon fundraiser that will happen October 7th, and all this money that we're going to raise from this luncheon is going to go back into the program to help fund the cost.
There's 3 of us on the floor, 3 people from the MOG Hot Shop team, and we're using the kids to help us make their auction pieces.
Just in these 2 days, I've learned so much. Just they help you. If they see something they can help you with, they're like, oh, do this. I'm rolling up cane, and they told me, hey, roll up cane towards you, hotter, keep it. You know, simple stuff that like I probably like thought about it in my head, but I'm like, oh, I don't know if I should do this. Might be doing it wrong. But then they're like, do this, and it becomes easier. There is no limit to your imagination. You can do anything. Glass is just an example of it. There's always new techniques. People always say, oh, there's nothing new. There's always something new. In glass, like, I can work with somebody one day, I can learn a new technique.
You know, I wish there was something like that when I was growing up. Like, I could have really used this, and now for me to be, you know, on the side where I'm actually helping these kids, you know, it's really rewarding, and I've never felt like I was a role model, and I definitely feel like I am now. So I'm trying to take that and own it, I guess.
When I see the pieces in the museum, it kind of like makes me want to like be that person. Like, I want someone to like see something of mine and be shocked and surprised in how it's like so like detailed and colorful and big.
Oh,
sorry.
Up until the residency, most of my work has been focused on kind of the Venetian techniques of decorating with cane. A lot of vessel work, not so much sculpture. But for this residency, I kind of took a bit of a departure. I'm not going to be pulling any cane or doing any of that kind of decoration. Kind of focused more on these objects, the clouds, mountains, suns, and moons. I started making clouds a few years ago, kind of as I take a break from picking up cane and from making larger scale pieces, and it was something small I could make relatively quickly and on my own. And so I just kind of made them for myself. It was just a fun thing for me to make. And then I made a piece out of it, ended up getting this residency because of the piece, so I figured that was probably a good sign that I should stick with it and kind of use the residency to expand on some of the ideas and give the clouds an environment to exist in. You know, I have almost gotten in car accidents because I was checking out cool clouds on my drive home from work. I walk the dog at night a lot, so I'm always kind of keeping my eye out for when the moon breaks out of the clouds, and or when it's, you know, a big supermoon, blood moon, all that stuff.
Let's build a happy little cloud. Let's build some happy little...
You know, glass blowing is a battle between what you want to make and what you actually make. And over the years, I've tried to use that as a dialogue between myself and the material. And a lot of times when I'm trying to make something, the glass doesn't want to do it. And sometimes that's where the beauty comes in, is this interaction of like, well, that's not what I intended, but like a happy accident, I guess you would call it.
We don't make mistakes. We just have happy accidents. You can do anything that you want.
It's funny because a lot of glass people make clouds. Oh, this is a tricky one. And I was a little hesitant to jump into it, but I figured I could make it my own, do my own rendition of it. And yeah, everyone seems to be pretty happy. It's hard to be angry at a cloud, I think. I'm working with all my friends. I'm super lucky. I'm friends with some of the best glass blowers and sculptors out there, and I help them make a lot of their work, and they help me, and so it was a really great opportunity to just fill the shop with super talented people that are also my great friends.
I believe every day's a good day when you paint. I believe it'll bring a lot of good thoughts to your heart.
Oh, I was studying painting. My painting prof said, well, okay, your schedule looks good here. You've got some 3D classes, but you're 2 credits short. And if you don't have a full load, they won't give you an assistantship. I said, well, that won't do. What should I take? And he ran his finger down the list, and he came to one that said 2 credits, and he said, "Here, take that." And I said, "What is it?" And he said, "It doesn't matter. It's 2 credits." And it was the second glass-blowing class in America. Experimental class.
This is a series of glasses that I've been doing for the last 5 years that we call cameo cut glass. So we came here a year and 3 months ago and blew cups, or blanks I call them, that have colors on the outside and clear on the inside. And then I took them to the engraving machine. I carved through each color down to the color that's below it and make a pattern. These are not finished at this stage. Then I bring them here. We're going to put glass inside the bubble and pick it up and reheat it and blow it out. But this color that's on the outside of this bubble will also be on the outside of the final piece. You can make any shape you want after you've got it all attached. And here are some. This is a cup and a finished piece.
A slight tap, the piece is broken free and on its way to the annealer, where it will cool down for the next several hours.
If I could have my biggest dream come true, it would be that people see me as an artist as well as an educator, so that I can have my cake and eat it too. It's good, huh?
The end idea would be to make a large cube about 5 feet by 5 feet, all made out of stacking glasses. But that would be about 5,400 cups. All in clear, except for kind of an amorphous shape inside that's made out of gray tones. And as those gray tones get stacked up against each other, it'll be harder for the light to permeate through, and eventually you'll get sort of just like this dark shadow mass hovering in the center of this cube. Basically, if we zoom in, it's all stacks of glasses. And then where the gray is, these are all the same gray tone, just stacked up against each other, and that's what's making that dense center. That's been fun. I think I'm assuming that the team was hoping to do more larger stuff when I came here. But I think it's been a lot of fun and interesting, just kind of turn everyone loose into more factory setting. Sarah's just cranking out starts, and Ben and I are just filling these molds, and then today Gabe's just been hot popping. So we've got Sarah gathering up start. She'll make just about a ping pong ball, golf ball size bubble with a jackline in it. We'll let that cool down, and once that's chilled out, we'll take a post dip on it, and then with that good gooey runny glass, we'll extend the bubble, drop into an aluminum mold. The aluminum mold's been lined with linseed oil and cork, and we'll blow up the bubble, drop it down, spin out a crispy cup. Those get hot popped. So we have a file set up, and you make a little score about a 1/4 inch on the side of the glass where you want it to break, and then we run a hot torch with a little razor sharp flame on it. We spin that on a Lazy Susan. As it's going around, that flame is hitting it. Wherever that little score line is, it'll make a crack pop all the way around. You can take the top off and chuck that back in the furnace eventually. Cheers, fellas. Cheers. Cheers.
I'm no longer interested in making work for galleries. I'm no longer interested in making work for museums. I'm trying to create a different format for me to work in. This is what I'm excited about. In 1980, when I was 6 years old, my family moved from England to the Chicago suburbs, and we moved into a house designed by Bruce Goff, which is called the Ford House. I describe it as living in a sculpture. It leaks, it's freezing cold in the winter, it's blazing hot in the summer. A lot of the things that you expect a house to do, it doesn't do, but it does a lot of great things that most houses will never do. I became an artist because of that house, and it sounds like an overstatement to say that, but I really believe that's true. I made a body of work that was how that house, how the Ford House, shaped me to be an artist. And then I thought, well, what am I going to do next? And I decided I want to see if I can use that same format of asking someone to come live in something that I've made and see what I can do with that experience, see how I can use that opportunity to give them an art experience like the one that I had from the Ford House. And I can't invite someone to come live in my sculpture for 8 years, but I can invite them to come for one night. And I think there's so many cool opportunities that sets up. Getting people to have a different experience with art. This glass crew here is amazing, and what I'm here to make during my residency is functional objects, vessels, plates, bowls, like practical things like sink, tile, but having them be made by an artist, having them be made with my aesthetic is really the goal. They're saying I've set them up for a big challenge.
If I make it right, I should get a free night's stay.
Some of the forms that we're making down there are these real kind of internal, sort of intestinal, cave-like forms that are based on some work, a body of work that I made maybe 5 years ago. And then I was making work about caves, and caves are formed by water flowing through them. And so there were these interesting connections between underground spaces and the interiors of our bodies. And so when I had the opportunity to make vessels for this project that I'm doing, that was just kind of the first thing. I wanted to pick that thread back up. I'm really grateful. I'm really grateful to have this opportunity to have this many people making something that I'm interested in. Feels like I'm royalty.
Dante and I have been talking for a while about the idea of taking one of his patterns and putting it in the membrane of one of my pieces.
I make patterns for my own work in advance, so I had half a dozen of them or so in the studio. It's the end of my glassblowing season, so I thought it was a good opportunity for us to try some stuff together in a sort of low-pressure environment.
Really, the design of the piece and the style of the sculpture is mine. It's a John Kiley thing. The pattern in the middle is totally Dante. Good. Well, the attachment, the critical part takes probably about 3 seconds, and it's an all or nothing thing, particularly when you have a pattern. Dante in some of these patterns has maybe 10, 15 hours of work between pulling cane, laying out the pattern, and making it. So we have one chance to make a really good shot so we don't cover up the pattern or trap bubbles, and the temperature has to be perfect.
The way he thought up these pieces that he makes was pretty clever. I've literally never really watched him execute these pieces. I would look at him and go like, wow, how did he do that? It's been good for me to see it because it informs my perspective on, what else could be done. People are starting to collaborate is sort of newish in the sense that, we're like two people are signing their names that aren't like a couple. And it makes a lot of sense. It's just a spin a slow boat. You gotta have, it has to be sincere.
Charging the furnace is what we call filling the furnace up with glass. Glass cullet is washed clean and loaded into tubes for filling. Here at the museum, we don't use recycled bottles. Instead, we melt cullet that has been specifically designed to make blown glass art. The primary ingredient in glass is silica sand, or silicon dioxide. The other two main ingredients are soda, or sodium oxide, which lowers the melting temperature, and lime, or calcium oxide, to stabilize it. Once the cullet is loaded into the 2300-degree furnace, a rake is used to level the glass for even melting. The furnaces at the Museum of Glass hold approximately 1,000 pounds of clear molten glass and run continuously 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. The color in glass comes from adding various materials to the mixture of raw ingredients called batch. Most of the colorants are compounds containing some kind of metal. For example, adding cobalt to clear glass creates a deep blue. Tin and antimony can be used to create white glass, and gold chloride can produce a rich red or pink-colored glass. Colored glass is melted in furnaces, just like clear glass, and then is usually rolled into bars for storage and easy application. In order to apply color bar to a bubble, we first need to preheat the color to approximately 950 or 1000 degrees Fahrenheit in a color oven or garage. Once warm, the color is then picked up on the end of a punty rod using a little bit of clear glass as a support. The color is then heated in the 2300-degree glory hole to soften it and make it malleable, while another artist creates a small bubble of clear glass on a blowpipe. Once warm, the color is dropped over the clear bubble, and then using a variety of hand tools or the steel marver, the color is rolled back over the clear in an even layer. This process is called dropping color, or creating a color overlay. Depending on the project, that bubble is then usually gathered over with clear glass and blown into the final form. The finished product may appear to be all made from colored glass, but when viewed in cross-section, we can see that there is only a thin layer of color sandwiched between many layers of clear glass.
monster. Pip is a baby monster that loves to smile and laugh. Even though he's little and cute, he gives a big cry. Also, Pip loves food, especially bananas. He will eat any speck of food in sight.
Oh, it's amazing. Totally amazing. And especially if the pieces of art go traveling around, other kids will see, oh my gosh, I could do that too. You know, it's not just somebody else that, you know, they did it, you know, I couldn't do that. Absolutely not. Anyone can do this. And I think that's what it shows the kids.
Maybe not everybody can win them.
But, and
I think it's gonna stand up there with one of the coolest things that a museum has ever done.
What is it? A cucumber all dressed up for a night on the town? That's pretty ridiculously funny.
The funnest part about this project is how fresh the ideas are coming from the kids who they have no idea of glass blowing techniques. They don't care.
Nobody saw this coming. We'd make one piece and it was given to the family. And then we realized, well, wait a second, there's something more here. We started to get more drawings, more interesting drawings, and it really kind of snowballed a little bit.
Bacon Boy was special.
The hat almost looks like a frying pan.
Maybe he's wearing a frying pan.
bacon, baby.
All I see.
How's that for his arm? Fingers?
Yeah. Yeah.
I think it really brings it home and really shows that, you know, there's an artist in all of us, I think. So, and it's human nature to be creative. So I think we lose that as we get older sometimes, and it's cool to see this pure creative nature that children possess. So I think it's cool to share that with the rest of the world, hopefully. So.
Thank you for supporting Kids Design Glass.
All right, well, welcome everyone to the Museum of Glass. We thank you for joining us this lovely Thursday afternoon. I just have a question real quickly. Is anyone a little cold here? If it gets too cold, let me know. I can open some doors, heat up this place right up, all right? Make sure we're all staying warm. With that said, we're going to be switching projects here, but I do want to inform you on our projects. All around the studio, we just see a bunch of cups everywhere. You can get a chance to own one of these cups, by the way, this weekend. Now, one of our dear friends and mentors has fallen ill. He's battling a rare aggressive form of cancer right now. And so we're going to be having a benefit for him this weekend at the museum. It's completely free. You can RSVP online, but you can also just join us at 6 o'clock. Our doors will be free from 4 till 10. Again, all the proceeds will be going back to Greg Owens. You can find him on Instagram as G-Man on Fire. He has a really large following, but you can get a chance to pick out your own cup. And then I believe they are $40, and they also comes with a drink coupon. We have food, events, live glass making, silent auctions. I believe we have over 100 pieces donated by various artists in our community. There is a live auction preview. You can go online to the website. But again, I hope to see you all this Saturday to support our dear friend, Greg Owens. With that said, let's just learn about the glass blowing process. We know what these cups will be used for later on if you would like to own one of these lovely cups. All hand-blown, handmade right here on this hot shop floor. Well, at least some of them. So we're just going to begin by introducing our pieces of equipment, just so we're familiar with what we're working with. The big chamber in the center is the glory hole, and I don't really know where that name comes from. I just know it's what we use to reheat the glass. It's at 2,300 degrees Fahrenheit, so it's quite hot. It's about our fuel source here at the museum is natural gas, very similar to the glory hole. We also have a furnace. The key difference is the furnace is where all the glass is being brought out, and we have two of these, one on the left and one on the right. They're both holding 1,000 pounds and at the same temperature as molten lava. I'm also looking out for the cup that I would like to take home. They're so lovely. Looks like we're almost getting ready for today's demonstration. Glassmakers have a variety of tools to choose from, by the way. Each shop has their own studio, but a lot of glassmakers, especially at this level, this being one of the highest levels of professional glassmaking across the globe. So each tool has their own kind of stress, how much it takes, or the pressure to clamp them down. So every glassmaker is unique. So the rods that we use here in our studio, they're made out of stainless steel, a very poor conductor of heat. That way our hands aren't getting too hot. We often get asked why don't we wear any gloves or really a lot of protective gear like gloves. Oftentimes a lot of that stuff can restrict our movement that we have, and oftentimes can really not help us out at all. So we have a lot of glass makers down here. Let's just introduce them so we know who's here on our hot shop floor. Again, this is our full-time staff. These are professional glass makers, highly, highly talented. There's artisans that will rent out the studio just to get their hands on this team. We'll start off with our gaffer. The gaffer is just the person in charge. The gaffer takes a seat at the center. That is Ben. Ben's been working with glass for over 25 years. Part of this crew, we also have the team like Sarah and also Gabe. They will be assisting in any way they can. Now, it's due to the viscosity of the glass that allows it to stick to the rod on contact. We preheat the rod to upwards about 1,900 degrees. We're looking for a light glow on the end of the rod, which tells us the glass is ready to be attached to the surface. Now, the glass that we melt here at the museum, this glass is specifically bought for offhand glass making. The process you are seeing here today, it's not your average glass. We're purchasing this from North Carolina, which there's a company that makes glass specifically formulated for the process you're seeing here too. It's formulated to retain its heat, not get too cold too quickly, and extend the working time. If we see any impurities in the glass, it can be a chip, a bubble, whatever it is, we always remove it. So you will see maybe a glass maker pull that and then cut it right off and remove it. By pressurizing the rod, the air needs to expand due to the given heat, and so it will pierce the mass with the starting bubble, and that's our starting point for the demonstration, the beginning bubble. Now, all around the hot shop floor, we have these steel tables we use to shape and draw out heat from the glass. We refer to these as marvers, and we're marvering the glass when just rolling back and forth. Now, when we're marvering, if we marver the sides of that, that means that the air is going to push forward. If we marver the bottom of it, that means that the bottom part will remain thicker. When we blow air, it will always take the path of least resistance, so wherever it's hotter. I do want to point out one of the cups that we're making right now. We're focusing on a twisty cup, so it's going to have that texture ribs on the surface. To create this texture on the surface, we enter an optic mold, which we have. I'll show around one of these molds. And that created the ridges. Those ridges can either be kept straight or they can be twisted and winded up to create that twisty cup. Now it's up to our glass makers to decide, hey, do we just want the cup basic? Or do we want to add maybe a foot to elevate it? It's up to the glass makers to decide what technique to use. So we're done with the bottom half of our cup, our twisty cup. We just need to focus on the top part, the lip area. To do so, we're going to transfer our cup to a different rod. When we transfer something, we use a punty. And we can see Gabe down here, he's gathered glass on a smaller rod. This new rod is only temporary. And so it needs to fuse on cold enough that it's infused properly, but not too hot where it can fuse permanently. As a glassmaker, it just takes a lot of experience to figure out how hot it should be brought over. We won't really know if that punty was brought over at the right temperature until the very end when we're breaking it free. Well, my name is David, and if you have any questions, I am more than happy to answer any questions that you may have. Even Gabe loves questions, so at any time. And the top balcony is always a fantastic place to view the live glassmaking. It's my personal favorite place. Yes. Are these always on? Well, the furnace that we have here in front of us, this will remain on all year around. The one on our left-hand side, that's quite new, only a few months. It'll be on for about a decade, so 10 years before we turn it off. The glory holes that we have on right now, those are only used for the day, so when we're done using them, we'll turn them off, and they take about 2 to 3 hours to climb up back to its 2,300 degree temperature. If we turn off our furnace right now this instantly, it can take about a week to cool down the glass, and then another week to bring it back up to its molten state. So we just wasted 2 weeks waiting for the glass. So instead of waiting for it, we leave it on all year round. We could come in and blow glass at 1 o'clock in the morning, but it's really early for us. A little bit of water on the end of the punty. And the last and final step we take is to set it inside of the annealer. That's the oven on our left-hand side with the green number 1. Well, that was a very quick twisty cup. We can see that Ben, he's already jumping right back on it. We're going to produce as many of these as we can. Again, these will all go back and benefit our dear friend and mentor, Greg Owen. And that we will be having a benefit for him this Saturday, March the 9th, with events, live glass making, and even an auction going on in between the day. I do want to introduce color here. Now, we're not working with color here today, but if we wish to use color, there's a variety of ways we can apply that color, but the fastest and quickest way is the frit. Frit is just solid colored glass, and real quickly, let's find out how they make this, because the manufacturer first makes the solid color bar. The color is made by just adding different metals of the periodic table. Different metals will produce a different color. I'm going to pass this out to everyone, okay? So you can begin by passing it out. So depending what our favorite color is, we will add different metals. I like a green glass, so we can add maybe a chromium or an iron to create green glass. Do you guys have a different favorite color? Turquoise, a nice blue. Ooh. So to create blue glass, we can add cobalt. Does anyone else have different favorite colors that we can point out how they make too? Purple. Ooh, purple is a manganese. By adding a bunch of manganese, then we create black glass. So the manufacturer has a bunch of furnaces, and they add all the metals in there. We don't worry about that. We just receive the color already in its bar form. If we wanted an even color layer, like you see some of the pieces out in the gallery, we can use a solid color bar. But we need to preheat it for about 30 minutes before we can even touch it. The quickest way is using powdered or crushed up glass. The manufacturer will take some crushing device and break that solid bar into the frit. We can then just roll on the surface of the frit to determine its density, 1 layer or 2 layers. But you will always notice that this frit, if you look very closely, there's still clear glass in it. It's more of a spotted, blotchy color effect. The closest constriction that we make, we refer to as the jack line. The jack line is how we separate the usable glass, so the cup, from the steel rod itself. And that always typically happens earlier. Now, the type of cups that we're making right now, the Twisty Cup, the museum will actually have a competition of these cups, so we will invite glass makers from all across the globe to come here and make Twisty Cups. Whoever makes the best Twisty Cups in 5 minutes will receive prizes. And we just had our last competition last September, and hopefully we'll be having another Twisty Cup competition later this year. So using a separate bubble, we can create a base or a blown foot that we see on some of these pieces to ensure that it looks similar to the cup. We've also entered the same optic mold to give it that pattern. So our first piece of the afternoon was set inside of the annealer. The annealer is the oven that will prevent the glass from breaking or cracking. Essentially, we're tempering the glass or curing the glass. We're ensuring that just the ambient temperature doesn't shock the glass into breaking and cracking. So that oven will remain at that or at hot temperature for about 12 and a half hours, and it slowly climbs its way down to room temperature. So around tomorrow morning, we can open our annealer and view all our finished artwork. So it's like opening a loot box every morning of different artwork that you made yesterday. So a quick centering maneuver is done. This is to ensure that that new rod that we added, the punty, is turning on the same plane and it's not wobbling. If we don't do this step, we can be left with an asymmetrical shape or just a lopsided cup, which we don't want, of course. A nice straight up cup. I love questions too. That's like my favorite part about my job. No pressure though, of course. Commonly we get asked about maybe where the name comes from, that glory hole. I always say I have no idea. What we wear also, it's a big one. Like, we're supposed to wear something special here, and oftentimes we don't wear a lot of polyester. Oftentimes that can really melt in here in the studio. A good thing about working with glass, especially right now, is with this crazy weather, it's always warm in here. So you can just watch us roasting by the glory hole. It's really nice right now, and if it gets too cold in here, let me know, okay? I can open some doors up here for a few seconds, receive a little bit more of that warmth. So the Museum of Glass is in a very iconic cone-shaped building. This was designed by world-renowned architect Arthur D. Erickson. The inspiration for our building comes from Tacoma's history. So here in Tacoma, we were the logging capital of the globe for a very long time, with over 73 lumber mills in our small area. Nowadays, we don't have a lumber industry anymore, but this museum was built in the memory of the incinerators that used to burn all the excess wood in our area. So those wigwam burners or beehive burners, they used to scatter our Foss waterway and even our waterfront area. And walking along Tacoma's waterfront, there's information panels where you can learn about Tacoma's early history. They also have a picture of one of these old buildings that were here. So if we mess up, can we toss it? Yes. So if Ben doesn't like it, if he says, you know what, there's something wrong with it, I don't like it, it's not good enough to sell, it's not good enough to use, so we can just technically throw it back in the furnace. Here at the museum, we also are wary about the recycled glass that we use. If it touches the ground, we don't reuse it. Even the clear glass itself, because every time it's remelted, you get a poor quality melt. And here at the museum, this is one of the highest levels of professional glass making, so we have standards. even for the glass. So all this stuff is swept away and placed into a dumpster. It's one of my saddest days, I feel like, when I see some beautiful artwork in there. And it's just, I feel it's perfect, but I know there's probably something wrong that someone didn't like, so it's tossed. Breaks my heart every time. Oh, I can't. Maybe a hammer to it. You know, one of my favorite properties about glass is that it's an amorphous solid. It's really like unlike any other material there is on this planet, because when it's cold, when it's around its environment. So when it's cold, it acts like a solid, but when it's hot, it acts like a liquid. Some people believe that glass should be in a separate state of matter, so the glassiest state. Right now, it's classified as an amorphous solid. It's pretty unique. So theoretically, when you look at the crystalline structure of the glass, since it has yet to form one, the molecules are still moving. Although it may be at an extremely slow rate that we can't see, they're still moving. I think that's pretty cool. Does everyone have something favorite that they make? You know, the glass makers that we have here, they make their own artwork. I'd love to show you their artwork too. So on our top screen, on our big screen, let's play out everyone's artwork so we can understand a little bit more about them. Right now, again, this is a benefit for our dear friend and mentor. But Ben, our gaffer, he's been working with glass for over 25 years. He teaches his techniques all across the U.S. also. Last year, he was teaching at Penland School of Craft. This year, he will be teaching at Pilchuck Glass School. We're showing you some images of his artwork right now. Followed by Ben, we have Sarah, who's also helping out Ben right now. Sarah's been working with glass for over 18 years. She uses engraving technique or working in a cold shop using centuries-old glass carving techniques. Sarah can create a photorealistic image on that surface. And again, that's completely glass. Pictures just do not show the true beauty of her glass, too, by the way. Sarah's artwork can be seen right now at the Pilchuck Glass School Gallery, where she is being shown. Lastly, we have Gabe over here on our right-hand side. Mr. Gabe last year went to France for a residency. He was gone for like a few weeks working with glass, making new work. Some of that new work we can see in the big screen. Yeah. So some artists will rent out our studio just to get their hands on our extremely talented team. The way that we operate and work is we have visiting artists. So every year we will host about 40 visiting artists. Each artist wants to do something unique and different. If we have sometimes we have a 3D printer down here printing stuff, and then the glass makers can use it. Oftentimes the team needs to create different techniques to achieve an object that's never been made in glass before. And that's what really makes our team unique. Our team has been working together for over 10 years. Two of the employees here are our longest running employees here at the museum. So they've been here since the start. And they just have this expansive knowledge of different techniques. And I'm sure they've probably forgotten more techniques than I know right now. Yeah, I have a lot of glass, but a lot of it ends up getting broken somehow. Well, our last cup just got put away into the annealer, and Ben's already on the third one, just like that. I mean, that's very quickly. Turn around. Again, we're all here to help out our dear friend and mentor, Greg Owen, in his battle against cancer. You can join us Saturday. The museum will be free from 4 until 10. You can RSVP online through our URL. And it's just a great time to just join us. Gracias. Hasta luego. Nos vemos este fin de semana. that the manufacturer would make the actual color. If you don't mind me asking, what's your favorite color? A blue, all right. I like blue too. It's easy. So cobalt. We add cobalt to create blue, sometimes lapis. Again, different metals. Let's take a little bit of cobalt. We can place it inside our furnace, but that means that all the glass inside of that furnace will be the same blue, which may be cool for a while, right? But then after a while, we realize that everything we're making is the same hue of blue. So just by melting clear glass, we can go to our manufacturer and use all the colors of the rainbow and not be stuck with one or two colors. There is some studios that melt their own color, that make their own color. That's separately here at this museum. Using clear glass, we can get a lot done. It's a beautiful cup. And these, some of these cups, like the twisty cups, we see that pattern on the surface. The museum holds a competition once a year on twisty cups. So whoever can make the best twisty cup in our community, they win prizes. Of course, we send them off with a bunch of swag to take home to their studio. And our last winner, or last one, was in September. So hopefully this coming September, we'll have another competition. Welcome to the museum. Thank you for joining us. My name is David. If you have any questions, I am more than happy to answer questions. We are making cups today, a variety of different cups. All these cups will go to good use this weekend. All right, so where are these cups going? On our top screen, we're going to get another image. G-Man on Fire. You can follow him on Instagram. He's a great mentor of mine, my dear friend. Right now, he's battling cancer, and we're going to help him out. We're going to help our community out. So we invited glassmakers from our local community, artisans. I'm talking about like high-level artisans. They've also donated a piece. We have a live auction preview online where you can check in to see. The starting bid is at half price. Then we will go on. Yep, these are some of the basic products that we're going to be having. We've asked glassmakers from our community to make cups, donate them. All these cups, you will get to choose a cup, of course, if you come. It's $40. You get a cup, you get a ticket drink, you get to take the cup home, and you can keep getting it refilled, of course, with different drinking tickets. Oh, yeah. You want So, again, Saturday, again, everything that's made, it's all going to go back to Greg Owens. Again, he's a very dear mentor of mine. Do you need a reserve? You can RSVP online. If you go online at the RSVP online at the bit.ly/gather4gman, that is going to take you to a website that we've made for Greg. There you can just put your name, email address, and that's it. And then maybe how many guests you want to bring, and then they send you email confirmation, and just join us. Yeah, no problem. Yeah, I reserved myself earlier today in the morning. It was very easy. Just a name, number, and email. So I know everyone's spread around the museum. Very quickly, I just want to introduce some key things, and then we can just sit back, relax, and view as everything unfolds. We're using the glory hole. It's 2,300 degrees to make it more malleable. There's no glass inside of there, by the way. It's just fire and heat. All the glass that we want to work with is applied on our right, on our furnace. We have about 1,000 pounds of glass. Side of there, we have a diagram. Simplify our furnace for us, because if I open it, it just looks red and orange, and we don't know what's going on. But that diagram really simplifies it. When we add a separate bubble on the bottom, it's just because we're going to be making a fancy base on which it can stand on. They vary within texture. We're using different texture molds to apply that texture right on that surface. We can either leave those lines straight, we can twist them, we can produce a kind of effect like this. The one that we're doing right now, we're using this effect, but we're twisting the lines up so they look a little bit more distorted. And we are working with a little bit of colored glass here today. It's not really in our examples. What Ben is doing, he's making a decorative wrap on the lip. But what Ben wants to do, he wants to add a little bit of color on the base, on the decorative foot. So if we pull one of these cups out, what we want is that little color of blue all along the ring. That's what we're going to add next. And again, we're going to have a variety of these cups available. We're going to make a variety. And they happen quite quickly, so just please feel free to stay here for a bit so you watch Ben make a variety of different cups. And any color that we're adding is blue glass. So whenever we're done with something here in our studio, the next thing is to set the glass into the annealer. The annealer is essentially the curing or the drying process that we go through. This will ensure that the glass doesn't get too cold too quickly, that it can break or crack, even explode. So if it's left out in the open, guaranteed it will break within a matter of minutes. So that annealer or oven will slowly cool it down for the next 12 and a half hours. And even before I'm done with my sentence, Ben is already just jumping right back into the action. We are just going to be making a variety of cups for everyone. But notice that a lot of the cups, although they are different, they follow the same basic rules. And even the larger pieces that you see out in our gallery or in our store, a good majority of them, I would say nearly all of them, started off identically the same. And it's a very similar start that they begin with. And that's exactly how they look. A small, massive glass on the end of the rod with a bubble. If you have any questions, my name is David, and I am more than happy to answer any questions, by the way. Sit back, relax, enjoy today's show. A nice, relaxing, chill time at the museum as we get ready for a visiting artist next week. Or actually, 2 visiting artists back to back. Oh, it's going to be a long month. Well, we have back-to-back visiting artists. We also have events going on this weekend. Like I said, we have our G-Man fundraiser event, but we also have hot shop or fusing workshops in our education studio. What I find so interesting about the process we're seeing is how far Ben can go along with just one heat. So with one given heat, Ben has essentially created the length that he wants. He's going to break off or remove all the thick glass that's on the bottom, and then he even goes back and refines a break-off point, all within one heat. And it just takes a lot of practice to be able to do so many movements in just one given heat, maximizing the heat. Make sure we're efficient. So what do you guys think about glass blowing, right? It's definitely different, right? Do you guys think you guys could ever do this? Would you ever come down here? You don't think you could do this? Just takes a lot of practice, man. You know, in our area that we reside in right now, our Tacoma area, it's a really unique place because there's glass blowing here in our middle schools and high schools. It's one of the only places. It's really unique. So if you go to one of the high schools in our local area, you can make bowls. You can make Valentine's presents. You can make Christmas presents. Guarantee you won't have to buy presents that year. Just saying. All made out of glass, too. I've been working with the museum for about 2.5 years now. Almost on my third year. I went through the Hilltop program, so our nonprofit organization. I'm an alumni through that program. I began to work with glass about 13. It was really nice. When I was in 8th grade, I think, I was very young. And it was super fun for me. It was incredible. I still repeat that? Through the hill, I have nothing but good things to say about the program. It's incredible. I'm sure you probably still have some glass pieces in your home, right? Oh yeah, I exactly feel it. My mom has some of the worst glass pieces I've ever made, and I want to throw it away so badly. Ooh, a chess set. Ooh, interesting. Well, the horses that I make, again, I've been working with glass for 8-9 years. The horses that I make still do not look like a horse. Still look like pigs. They still look like warthogs. I think I was told that it looked like a racing pig one time, a racing pig. That was the best compliment I've gotten, though. You know, being a glassmaker has its perks. When it's cold, you're always warm. Maybe a little bit too warm, but hey, can't have everything. So this weekend, we have a 21 and over event going on at the museum as benefit to help our local community. Come join us from 6 to 10. It'll be a fun time. We have food and drinks going on only for the grown-ups. And you can help out, so you can get a lot of glass. We have auctions going off. We have over 100 pieces up for auction.